Welcome to What If Sleepstorian, soft-spoken tales to slow the day's thoughts and carry you toward peaceful sleep. Before we begin, tell me where in the world you're listening from tonight, and, if you wish, what's on your mind. I read every note and love keeping quiet company across distances. If this brings you peace, a like and subscribe will help me make more nightbound stories. And if you'd like to support even further, you can buy me a coffee through the link in the description. Now, settle in, get comfortable, and breathe with me as we begin. The fog arrived before the train did. It rolled across Dartmoor in the way only autumn fog knows how, thick as wool, patient as time, settling into the hollows and folds of the ancient landscape like a guest who'd come to stay. The air carried the scent of damp heather and distant peat fires, mingling with something sharper, the metallic tang of railway steam as it hissed into the small station at Tavistock. Beneath it all, fainter still, was the smell of horses, sweat and hay and leather, the perfume of a world built on speed and wages. Dr. John Watson stepped onto the platform and pulled his coat tighter against the October chill. The cold bit at his ears, insistent, the kind that made you wish for a fireside and a cup of something warm. Beside him, Sherlock Holmes emerged from the first-class carriage with the unhurried grace of a man who found weather to be an inconvenience of little consequence. He surveyed the moorland beyond the station with those sharp grey eyes, taking in the landscape as if reading a book written in contours and shadows. Atmospheric, Holmes remarked, his voice carrying that familiar tone of detached interest. Though one suspects the moor cares little for our opinions on the matter. Watson smiled despite himself. You might at least pretend to feel the cold, Holmes. Pretense is exhausting, Watson. I save my energy for more productive endeavours. Holmes adjusted his travelling cape and glanced toward the lone figure waiting at the far end of the platform, a man in a well-cut tweed suit, his face lined with worry that even the fog couldn't soften. And unless I am greatly mistaken, that is Colonel Ross, looking precisely as anxious as his telegram suggested. The Colonel was indeed anxious. It showed in the way he gripped his walking stick, in the tightness around his mouth, in the quick, almost desperate stride with which he approached them. He was a military man turned horseman, the sort who'd traded battlefield command for stable-yard authority, and both roles had left their mark. Straight-backed, weathered, with eyes that had seen too much to be easily fooled. Yet tonight, those eyes held something close to panic. "Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson, thank God you've come." His voice was rougher than his appearance suggested, worn thin by sleepless nights. "I apologise for the urgency of my summons, but the situation is, well, it's beyond anything I've encountered." Holmes extended his hand in greeting, his expression attentive but unruffled. "Colonel Ross, your telegram was succinct but sufficiently alarming. A missing racehorse and a murdered trainer constitute reasonable grounds for urgency. Shall we proceed directly to King's Pyland, or would you prefer to brief us here in the dubious comfort of Tavistock Station?" "The carriage is waiting," Ross said, gesturing toward a well-appointed brougham standing just beyond the platform. "It's a short drive, but I can outline the essentials as we go. Time, Mr. Holmes, is very much of the essence." They climbed into the carriage, the interior smelling of polished leather and the faint musk of old tobacco. As the horses, living, breathing creatures Watson noted, not stolen or dead, pulled them out onto the moorland road, Colonel Ross began his account. His words came quickly, tumbling over one another in their haste to be heard. "Silver Blaze was my finest horse. A thoroughbred of impeccable lineage, 5 years old, destined for the Wessex Cup next week. His value? Well, let us simply say that his loss represents a financial catastrophe, not to mention the damage to my reputation." Ross paused, swallowing hard. 3 nights ago, my trainer, John Straker, was found dead on the moor. His skull was shattered by a blow, and Silver Blaze was gone from his stall, vanished utterly. Watson leaned forward, his medical instincts engaged. And Straker's injuries, were they consistent with a fall, or was foul play evident? The local inspector believes it was murder, though the weapon has not been found. Straker he was a good man, Doctor, reliable. He'd been with me for 8 years, knew every horse in the stable as if they were his own children. Ross's voice cracked slightly, and he looked away toward the fog-shrouded moor. "I cannot fathom why anyone would kill him, or why they would take Silver Blaze. The horse is too recognisable to sell, too valuable to harm. It makes no sense." Holmes had been silent throughout this recitation, his fingers steepled beneath his chin in that attitude of intense concentration Watson knew so well. Now he spoke, his tone measured and precise. "You say the horse is too recognisable to sell. Describe him for me, if you would, in detail." Colonel Ross blinked, surprised by the request. "Well, he's a baby. A rich brown coat, black mane and tail. Stands just over 16 hands. He has a white blaze down his face, quite distinctive, and a white sock on his off hind leg. His build is magnificent, truly. Powerful hindquarters, deep chest, elegant head. There's not another horse in England quite like him." "Indeed," Holmes murmured, and Watson caught the flicker of something in his friend's expression. Interest, perhaps, or the first stirring of that peculiar excitement that always accompanied a puzzle worth solving. "And his temperament? Spirited but manageable. Straker was the only one who could truly handle him, though the head lad, Ned Hunter, has worked with him extensively. Silver Blaze responds to voice commands beautifully, unusually intelligent for a horse." Ross hesitated, then added, "There's a theory among the lads that he knows he's special. A bit of nonsense, of course, but, well, there was something knowing in that horse's eye." The carriage rattled over the uneven moorland road, and through the windows Watson could see nothing but grey fog and the occasional dark shape of a thorn tree twisted by years of wind. The world seemed to have contracted to this small moving space, insulated from the vast emptiness beyond. It was easy, in such conditions, to imagine things disappearing. Horses, men, certainties. "Tell me about the night of the disappearance," Holmes said. "Who was on watch?" "Ned Hunter and another lad, Thomas. They'd been instructed to keep special vigilance. There'd been some concern about a stranger seen lurking near the stables in the preceding days, a man with a peculiar gait, dressed in grey check. Inspector Gregory suspects he may be involved, though we've had no luck locating him." "A stranger in grey check," Holmes repeated, his tone suggesting he found this detail less compelling than the Colonel hoped. "How convenient. And on the night in question, what did Hunter and Thomas observe?" Ross shifted uncomfortably. "That's the troubling part, Mr. Holmes. According to Hunter, he heard nothing unusual until he woke, which he shouldn't have done, as he was supposed to remain alert. Someone had drugged their supper, you see, powdered opium in their curried mutton. When Hunter finally roused himself, groggy and confused, he found Straker gone from his quarters and Silver Blaze missing from his stall." Watson frowned. "The opium suggests premeditation. Someone planned this carefully." "Indeed," said Holmes. "And yet they left witnesses alive, stable doors accessible, and a body on the moor to be discovered, either remarkably sloppy for a premeditated crime or remarkably deliberate. Colonel Ross, one final question before we arrive. Has Silver Blaze always been stabled at King's Pyland?" "Always. I purchased him as a yearling from a breeder in Ireland. Excellent bloodlines, son of Isonomy out of a mare by Stockwell. He's been with me ever since, trained specifically for racing. Why do you ask?" Holmes waved a hand vaguely. "Merely establishing the chronology. Ah, we appear to have arrived." Through the fog, the shapes of buildings emerged. Low stone structures huddled against the moorland weather, with the taller lines of a main stable block rising behind them. Lanterns glowed in the murk, casting pools of amber light that fought and lost against the encroaching darkness. The smell of horses grew stronger, mixed now with hay and manure and the indefinable scent of a working stable, earth and effort and the warm breath of animals. Colonel Ross led them first to the main stable, where several grooms stood about, looking worried and exhausted. They straightened at the sight of their employer, offering respectful nods and murmured greetings. Holmes ignored them entirely, his attention fixed on the empty stall at the far end of the row. A brass nameplate gleamed in the lamplight. Silver Blaze. The stall door stood open, the space within shadowed but clearly vacant. Fresh straw covered the floor. Too fresh, Watson thought, as if someone had cleaned away evidence. Holmes stepped inside with the confidence of a man entering his own study, his keen eyes scanning every surface, every corner, every nail and board. "Bring a lamp closer if you would," he instructed, and one of the grooms hastened to obey. Watson watched as his friend conducted what appeared to be a minute examination of absolutely nothing. Holmes crouched to study the straw, ran his fingers along the wooden walls, tested the strength of the door hinges, even sniffed the air as if it might yield secrets imperceptible to lesser mortals. The grooms watched with expressions caught between scepticism and hope. After several minutes of this, Holmes straightened and turned to Colonel Ross. "This stall has been thoroughly cleaned since Silver Blaze's disappearance," Ross nodded. "Yes, the morning after. We had to prepare it in case he was recovered. Was that wrong?" "Neither wrong nor right. Merely inconvenient for my purposes. No matter. The damage is done." Holmes stepped out of the stall and regarded the Colonel with an expression of polite inquiry. "I would like to see where Straker's body was found, and I would like to speak with Ned Hunter. But first, indulge me in what may seem an odd request. Do you keep records of Silver Blaze's physical measurements? Height, weight, girth, that sort of thing?" "Of course. Standard practice for racing documentation. They're in the office." "Excellent. I would like to review them. Tonight, if possible." Colonel Ross looked puzzled but nodded. "Certainly, though I can't imagine what bearing." "Neither can I at present," Holmes interrupted smoothly. "That is why I wish to review them. Imagination, Colonel, is a poor substitute for data." The fog pressed closer as they made their way across the stable yard toward the trainer's office, a small stone building adjacent to the main stable. Watson found himself glancing over his shoulder at the dark bulk of the moor beyond, where John Straker had met his end and where Silver Blaze had vanished into mystery. The wind carried strange sounds, the cry of some night bird, the rustle of heather, the distant bark of a dog from another farm, or perhaps not so distant. Watson paused, listening, and realised with a small shock that the barking came from King's Pyland itself, from the kennels behind the groom's quarters, where the stable dogs were kept. "Holmes," he said quietly, "the dogs are barking now." Holmes stopped and tilted his head, listening. His expression shifted, and Watson saw that flash of insight, that sudden focusing of attention that meant his friend had seized upon something significant. "Indeed they are, Watson, most illuminating." "What's illuminating about dogs barking?" "Not that they are barking now," Holmes replied, "but that they did not bark then. Colonel Ross, on the night of the disappearance, did the dogs raise an alarm?" Ross frowned, thinking. "No, now that you mention it. Inspector Gregory asked the same question. We assumed whoever took Silver Blaze had some way of keeping them quiet. Drugged meat, perhaps, thrown into their enclosure." "Perhaps," Holmes said, his tone suggesting he found this explanation unsatisfactory. "Or perhaps the dogs knew the person who entered the stable that night, knew them well enough not to consider them a threat." The words hung in the cold air like the fog itself, and Watson felt a chill that had nothing to do with the October weather. If Holmes was right, if the dogs had remained silent because they recognised the intruder, then whoever had taken Silver Blaze and killed John Straker was no stranger at all. They had been someone the dogs trusted, someone familiar, someone perhaps from King's Pyland itself. Morning arrived with reluctance, as if the sun itself found Dartmoor's autumn gloom persuasive. The fog had thinned during the night but not departed, transforming from impenetrable wool to something more like gauze, translucent enough to suggest shapes and distances, opaque enough to keep secrets. Watson woke in the guest room of Colonel Ross's residence, a comfortable stone house attached to the stable complex, to the sound of horses being led out for morning exercise and the low murmur of grooms going about their work. The smell of breakfast drifted up from below, kippers and eggs, toast and strong tea, the dependable anchors of an English morning. Watson dressed quickly, splashing cold water on his face from the basin, and made his way downstairs to find Holmes already seated at the dining table, a cup of coffee cooling untouched beside him, while he studied a sheaf of papers with absolute concentration. "Good morning, Watson," Holmes said without looking up. "I trust you slept well despite the general atmosphere of calamity?" "Well enough," Watson replied, helping himself to breakfast from the sideboard. "Though I confess the case kept intruding on my dreams. Have you been up long?" "I never went to bed. Sleep seemed an unnecessary luxury when Colonel Ross's record books proved so illuminating." Holmes finally glanced up, his eyes bright with that particular energy that meant he'd found something worth pursuing. "Tell me, Watson, what do you know about thoroughbred breeding?" Watson settled into his chair, knife and fork in hand. "Very little beyond the basics. Good bloodlines, careful selection of mare and stallion, registration with the authorities. It's rather like an aristocratic marriage, I've always thought. Everyone concerned with pedigree and nobody much. Interested in happiness." A ghost of a smile crossed Holmes's face. An apt comparison, if somewhat cynical. The thoroughbred industry in England is built upon record-keeping of almost obsessive precision. Every horse's lineage is documented, every measurement recorded, every race result catalogued. It is a system designed to prevent fraud and ensure authenticity. He tapped the papers before him, which makes certain discrepancies in these records all the more intriguing. Before Watson could inquire further, Colonel Ross entered, looking haggard but determined. He'd clearly slept as poorly as his worried expression suggested, and the lines around his eyes had deepened overnight. He poured himself tea and sat heavily at the table's head. "Mr. Holmes, have you formed any theories? Inspector Gregory is expected this morning, and he'll want to coordinate efforts. He's a good man, competent enough, though perhaps lacking in imagination." "Inspector Gregory is indeed competent within his limitations," Holmes agreed diplomatically. "As for theories, I prefer to gather data before indulging in speculation. To that end, I would like to speak with Ned Hunter this morning, and I would like to visit the location where Straker's body was discovered. But first, Colonel, I have a question about Silver Blaze's early life." Ross looked surprised. "His early life? What bearing could that have?" "Possibly none. Possibly everything. You mentioned you purchased him as a yearling from an Irish breeder. Do you recall the circumstances?" The Colonel frowned, thinking back. "It was, let me see, 5 years ago, in the autumn. I'd heard reports of an exceptional colt, son of Isonomy, a champion racer in his day, out of a mare with excellent stamina lines. I travelled to County Kildare to view him, found him everything promised, and purchased him for a substantial sum. 3,000 guineas, if memory serves." "A considerable investment," Watson observed. "Indeed, but one that has paid dividends. Silver Blaze won his first race at 2 years old, and has been nearly unbeatable since. His winnings have far exceeded his purchase price and his stud value." Ross trailed off, pain crossing his face. His stud value would have been immense had he survived to retirement. Holmes leaned forward slightly. "When you viewed him in Ireland, was he alone, or were there other horses from the same breeding?" "Oh, several others. The breeder, a man named O'Malley, had quite a successful operation. Why do you ask?" "Merely curious about the context. And during Silver Blaze's time with you, has he had any illnesses, injuries, or unusual incidents?" Ross shook his head. "Nothing significant. The usual minor scrapes and strains that any racehorse accumulates, but Straker was meticulous about his care. He kept detailed notes on every aspect of Silver Blaze's health and training, feeding schedules, exercise routines, even temperament observations. Those records are in the office, if you'd like to review them." "I would indeed." Holmes drained his coffee cup and stood. "Shall we begin?" The trainer's office was a small, cluttered space that smelled of leather oil, old paper, and the faint sweetness of horse liniment. Autumn light filtered through a single window, illuminating dust motes that danced in the air like tiny, drowsy spirits. The walls were lined with shelves holding record books, racing forms, veterinary guides, and various bits of tack in need of repair. A desk dominated the centre of the room, its surface covered with the accumulated paperwork of running a racing stable, bills, correspondence, training schedules, and what appeared to be betting odds clipped from newspapers. Holmes moved through the space like a hunting dog on a scent, his long fingers trailing over surfaces, opening drawers, examining everything with that peculiar intensity that made watching him work almost hypnotic. He paid particular attention to a locked drawer in the desk, which Colonel Ross opened with a small key kept on his watch chain. Inside lay John Straker's personal records, a leather-bound journal, several letters, some bills, and a collection of small notebooks filled with observations about the horses under his care. "These bills," Holmes murmured, extracting several papers. "They appear to be from a dressmaker in London. Quite expensive purchases. Silk, velvet, elaborate trimmings. Was Straker married?" "He was," Ross confirmed, "though his wife is a simple woman, not given to extravagance. Those bills puzzled the inspector as well. Straker's salary was generous but not lavish, and these purchases seem out of character." Watson leaned over to look. "Perhaps gifts for someone, a mistress." "The eternal romantic, Watson," Holmes said dryly. "Though in this instance your supposition may have merit. A man in debt is a man with secrets, and a man with secrets is a man vulnerable to pressure." He set the bills aside and picked up the training journal, flipping through its pages with practice speed. The journal was a revelation of dedication. Straker had recorded everything: daily exercise times, feed quantities, hoof conditions, behavioural notes, even weather conditions and how they affected each horse's performance. His handwriting was small and precise, the entries methodical. For Silver Blaze, there were pages upon pages of observations, tracking the horse's development from his arrival as a yearling through his current status as a champion. Holmes read in silence for several minutes, occasionally pausing to trace a finger down a column of figures or reread a particular entry. Watson watched his friend's face, noting the subtle shifts in expression, a raised eyebrow, a tightening around the mouth, a flicker of something that might have been satisfaction or might have been a concern. "Interesting," Holmes said finally. "Colonel Ross, did Silver Blaze undergo any significant changes in his second year? Changes in temperament, perhaps, or physical development?" Ross thought carefully. "Nothing out of the ordinary. He matured as expected, filled out nicely. His temperament became more manageable as he grew accustomed to training. Why?" Straker notes here, in the spring of Silver Blaze's second year, a marked improvement in docility and responsiveness to commands. Before that point, the horse was apparently quite difficult, willful, resistant, occasionally aggressive. Then, rather suddenly, he became the biddable creature you describe. "Horses do mature," Ross said, though he sounded uncertain. "Their personalities settle as they age." "Indeed they do," Holmes agreed, though the transformation Straker describes is remarkably abrupt. One week, he records, Silver Blaze continues stubborn, refusing to accept the bit, rearing when approached. The next week, remarkable change in temperament, now docile and eager to please. "That strikes me as unusual," Watson frowned. "Could Straker have employed some training method that achieved rapid results?" "Possible, though he makes no mention of any change in technique. Moreover," Holmes flipped to an earlier section of the journal. "In his initial assessment upon Silver Blaze's arrival from Ireland, Straker notes the horse's height as 15 hands, 2 inches, standard for a yearling of good breeding. But here, 6 months later, he records the height as 15 hands, 3 inches, growth as expected. And yet," he turned to a page from 2 years ago, running his finger down a column of measurements. "Here, at 3 years old, Silver Blaze measured 16 hands, 1 inch, and here 1 year ago, 16 hands, 1.5 inches. Do you see the pattern, Watson?" Watson leaned closer, studying the figures. "Steady growth, slowing as he matured. That seems normal enough." "Does it?" Holmes's eyes glinted. "Consider this. According to these records, between his arrival as a yearling and his current age, Silver Blaze has grown a total of 13 inches. The average thoroughbred grows approximately 12 inches during that period. Silver Blaze's growth is within normal parameters, certainly, but—" He paused, his expression thoughtful. "The devil, Watson, is in the details." Before he could elaborate, there was a knock at the door and a young man entered. Rail-thin, with the weathered face of someone who spent his life outdoors, and the nervous energy of someone currently under suspicion. This, Watson surmised, was Ned Hunter, the head lad. "Colonel Ross said you wanted to see me, sir," Hunter said, addressing Holmes with a mixture of respect and apprehension. "Indeed I do, Mr. Hunter. Please, sit." Holmes gestured to a chair, his manner suddenly gentle, almost paternal. "You've had a difficult few days, I understand. Dr. Watson here is a medical man. If you're feeling unwell from your ordeal, he'd be happy to examine you." Hunter sat gingerly, shaking his head. "I'm well enough, sir, just tired, and ashamed. I should have stayed awake. If I had, maybe Mr. Straker would still be alive and Silver Blaze would be in his stall." "The drugging was not your fault," Watson said kindly. "Opium in sufficient quantity would have overcome anyone." "Tell me about that evening," Holmes prompted. "Everything you remember, no detail too small." Hunter took a breath, gathering his thoughts. "It was a Tuesday, cold and foggy, much like now. Mr. Straker had us on special watch because of that stranger who'd been seen lurking about, the man in grey check. Thomas and I were to patrol the stables in shifts, but Mr. Straker said we should eat first, keep our strength up. Mrs. Straker, that's the trainer's wife, not the colonel's missus, she brought us our supper around 8 o'clock. Curried mutton with rice, and it was very good too." "Did she bring it directly from her kitchen to you?" Holmes asked. "Aye, still steaming hot. We ate it in the tack room, both of us together. Thomas finished first and went to start his patrol while I cleaned up. That's the last thing I remember clearly, wiping my plate. And then? He shook his head, frustration evident. Then it's all fog and confusion. I remember feeling heavy, tired, like my limbs were made of lead. I tried to get up, thinking I should check on the horses, but I couldn't seem to manage it. Next thing I knew, it was past midnight, and I was on the floor of the tack room with the worst headache of my life. And Thomas? Same state as me, sir, sprawled on the floor near Silver Blaze's stall, out cold. We roused each other as best we could and went to wake Mr. Straker, but Hunter's voice cracked. But he wasn't in his quarters. That's when we found Silver Blaze's stall empty, and we knew something terrible had happened. Holmes nodded slowly. When did you last see Silver Blaze before the drugging? Around 7 o'clock, sir. I gave him his evening feed, oats and bran mash, same as always. He was in fine form, ears forward, bright-eyed. Nuzzled my hand, looking for treats the way he always did. Hunter's expression softened with memory. He was a good horse, sir, best I ever worked with. Smart as paint and gentle when he wanted to be. Gentle, Holmes repeated. Yet Straker's early notes describe him as difficult. Hunter looked surprised. Did he? I suppose he might have been when he first arrived. I wasn't head lad then, just a junior groom. But by the time I started working closely with him, he was a lamb. Well, a lamb with opinions, if you take my meaning. He knew what he liked and what he didn't, but he wasn't mean about it. And his appearance, his markings, his build, have they changed at all during your time here? Changed? Hunter seemed confused by the question. No, sir. White blaze, white sock on the off hind, bay coat. Same as always. He filled out as he grew, of course. Got more muscle on him. But that's natural. Why do you ask? Holmes waved a dismissive hand. Merely thorough. Now, about this stranger in grey check, did you see him yourself? Once, sir, about a week before the disappearance. He was standing by the moor gate watching the stables. When I called out to him, he walked away quick-like, with a limp. Peculiar gait, sort of rolling. I told Mr. Straker about it, and he told the Colonel, and after that we were all on alert. Can you describe this man more precisely? Hunter screwed up his face in concentration. Medium height, maybe a bit shorter than average. Wearing grey check tweed, good quality, and a soft hat pulled low. I couldn't see his face clearly. He turned away too fast. But the limp was distinctive, sir. Rolled on his right foot like he had a club foot or an old injury. Holmes stood and extended his hand. Thank you, Mr. Hunter, you've been most helpful. If anything else occurs to you, no matter how insignificant it seems, please inform Colonel Ross immediately. After Hunter left, looking somewhat relieved, Watson turned to his friend. What are you thinking, Holmes? I am thinking, Holmes said slowly, that this case is not what it appears to be. The stranger in grey check, the drugged supper, the missing horse, the murdered trainer. They form a picture, certainly, but I suspect it is the wrong picture, or rather, a picture designed to obscure the truth. What truth? Holmes picked up the training journal again, holding it as if it might yield further secrets, through sheer force of contemplation. Consider the facts, Watson. A valuable horse disappears, apparently stolen. Yet the horse is too recognizable to sell and too valuable to harm. The trainer is killed, yet nothing in his background suggests he had enemies who might wish him dead. The stable dogs, trained to alert at any stranger's approach, remain silent. And throughout all this, there are these small inconsistencies in measurements, in temperament, in the very nature of the beast we're meant to believe was stolen. You think Silver Blaze wasn't stolen at all? Oh, I think a horse was certainly taken from that stall. The question, Watson, is whether that horse was actually Silver Blaze. Holmes set down the journal and moved to the window, gazing out at the fog-shrouded moor. In the racing world, identity is everything. A horse's value derives not merely from its speed, but from its lineage, its proven record, its authenticated identity. What if someone had reason to question that identity? Or better yet, what if someone had reason to substitute one identity for another? Watson felt a chill of understanding. You think Silver Blaze is a fraud? That the horse in that stall wasn't the real champion? I think, Holmes said carefully, that there are questions to be answered before we can know what is real and what is merely silver paint over brass. Come, Watson, it's time we examined the scene of Straker's death. The moor may have secrets the stable cannot tell. They found their coats and prepared to venture out into the grey morning leaving the warm smells of the stable behind. Colonel Ross joined them, his face set with grim determination, and together they walked toward the wild heart of Dartmoor, where fog and mystery waited with ancient patience. The heather crunched softly beneath their feet, and somewhere in the distance a curlew called its lonely cry. Watson found himself thinking of Hunter's words. He was a lamb, and wondering whether the lamb in question had been quite what everyone believed. The moor opened before them like a page from some ancient unfinished manuscript, all grey ink and uncertain margins, the text obscured by time and weather. The fog had settled into a strange pattern, thick in the hollows but thin along the ridges, so that walking across Dartmoor felt like wading through alternating currents of clarity and confusion. One moment, Watson could see 50 yards ahead to where a standing stone marked some forgotten boundary. The next, the world contracted to an arm's length, and even Colonel Ross, walking just beside him, became a shadow in the mist. Holmes moved ahead with that peculiar certainty he always displayed when following a trail, his sharp eyes scanning the ground, his long legs eating up the distance with economical strides. He'd said little since they left the stable, his mind clearly occupied with the puzzle taking shape behind those keen grey eyes. Watson had learned long ago not to interrupt such silences. His friend's best thinking happened in these moments of apparent distraction, when the world receded and only the problem remained. The location of Straker's death lay perhaps half a mile from King's Pyland, in a shallow depression where the heather grew thick and the ground turned soft underfoot. Colonel Ross led them there with the resigned air of a man revisiting a nightmare. The site had been marked by the police with small stakes driven into the earth, though the fog made them difficult to see until one was nearly upon them. "Here," Ross said quietly, stopping at the edge of the depression. "This is where the moorkeeper found him, early Wednesday morning. Face down, his skull crushed, the ground beneath him soaked with, well, you can imagine." Holmes descended into the hollow with the careful attention of a man reading tracks in snow. He crouched low, examining the trampled heather, the disturbed earth, the patterns of disturbance that told their silent story. Watson remained at the edge with Colonel Ross, giving his friend space to work, though he watched with the keen interest of a man who'd witnessed this ritual many times before. "The grass here was torn up," Ross continued, his voice subdued by the fog's dampness. "Inspector Gregory believes there was a struggle. They found a cravat, Straker's cravat, caught on that gorse bush there, as if he'd been running and it had been pulled from his neck. And here, near where his head lay, they found a small knife. Surgical quality, very sharp, with an ivory handle. Straker's initials were engraved on it." "A surgical knife," Holmes murmured, not looking up. "Used for what purpose, did the good inspector determine?" "He theorised it might have been a weapon, though it seems too small for the damage done to Straker's skull. The real murder weapon hasn't been found, presumably taken by the killer." Holmes straightened, his expression thoughtful. "Or perhaps never here at all. Tell me, Colonel, in your experience, what would bring a horse trainer onto the open moor at midnight alone, carrying a surgical knife?" Ross frowned. "I've puzzled over that endlessly. Perhaps he heard something suspicious and went to investigate. But why bring such a knife, and why not wake the grooms?" Questions indeed. Holmes turned slowly, surveying the hollow from all angles, his gaze taking in the slopes, the sight lines, the distances to various landmarks barely visible through the fog. "Watson, come down here if you would. I should like your medical opinion on something." Watson made his way carefully down the slope, mindful of the damp earth. Holmes gestured to a patch of ground near the centre of the depression. The body lay here, face down, head pointing roughly north-northeast. The skull was fractured. Inspector Gregory's report indicates a crushing blow to the left parietal bone. Given your experience with such injuries, what implement might cause such damage? Watson knelt, examining the ground as if Straker's body still lay there. "A heavy object with a relatively small striking surface," he said after a moment. "A hammer, perhaps, or the head of a shovel. Possibly a stone, if wielded with sufficient force. The blow would need to be quite powerful to fracture the skull, either a very strong individual or someone striking from an advantageous position. Such as above? Certainly. A blow delivered from above with the victim already on the ground or crouching would require less force to produce fatal damage." Holmes nodded slowly. "And the angle of such a blow? Would it suggest the victim was facing his attacker or turned away?" Watson considered this carefully. "The left parietal bone, you said? That's the left side of the skull, slightly toward the back. If Straker was facing his attacker, the blow came from the attacker's right hand, swinging in a diagonal arc. If Straker was turned away, he paused, working through the geometry. It's difficult to say with certainty without seeing the actual wound, but the position suggests he may have been partially turned, perhaps trying to flee or defend himself. Or, Holmes said quietly, trying to control something that was struggling. Watson looked up, startled. You think he was struck while trying to restrain someone? Or something? I think the evidence admits multiple interpretations, and we should be cautious about accepting the most obvious one. Holmes moved to where the cravat had been found, examining the gorse bush with minute attention. Colonel Ross, you said Straker was devoted to his horses, treating them like children. Absolutely. He was meticulous about their care, almost obsessive. And would he, under any circumstances, deliberately harm a horse in his charge? Ross's face darkened. Never. The very suggestion is obscene. Straker loved those animals. Love, Holmes murmured, is a complicated emotion, particularly when money enters the equation. Those bills from the London dressmaker, do you have any explanation for them? None that makes sense, Ross admitted. Mrs. Straker is a modest woman, and even if she'd suddenly developed expensive tastes, Straker's salary wouldn't support such extravagance. The purchases totalled over £70, nearly a year's wages for a trainer. Holmes's eyebrows rose fractionally. £70, a significant sum. Significant enough to drive a man to desperate measures, perhaps, if he'd accumulated debts he couldn't pay. Watson felt the pieces beginning to shift, though he couldn't yet see the pattern they formed. You think Straker was in financial trouble? That someone was pressuring him? I think, Holmes said, climbing back up the slope, that we need to understand more about the racing world's economics, the betting, the odds, the ways in which fortunes are made and lost on the outcome of a single race. Colonel Ross, Silver Blaze was heavily favoured for the Wessex Cup, I believe. The favourite, Ross confirmed. Odds of 3-1, which in racing terms means near certainty. His only real competition was Desborough, from Sir Robert Norberton's stable, and even Desborough wasn't expected to seriously challenge him. And if Silver Blaze were to suddenly withdraw, or worse, lose, those who'd bet against him would profit handsomely. Yes, but... Ross's face went pale. Surely you're not suggesting Straker was part of some scheme to fix the race, that he'd betray his own horse? Holmes held up a hand. I suggest nothing yet. I merely observe that a man with large debts, access to a valuable animal, and knowledge of racing protocols might find himself susceptible to persuasion. The surgical knife troubles me particularly. Why? Watson asked. Because its purpose seems clear, yet its presence makes no sense in the context of theft. If one wished to steal a horse, one would simply lead it away, not carry implements of veterinary surgery onto the moor at midnight. Holmes paused, his expression distant. Unless one's purpose was not to steal the horse at all, but to ensure it could not race. The implications hung in the damp air like the fog itself. Ugly, obscuring, impossible to grasp fully. Colonel Ross looked stricken. You think Straker meant to lame Silver Blaze? To cut his leg tendon, make him unfit to race? It would explain the knife, Holmes said gently, and it would explain why he came out here alone in secret at night. Such an act would require privacy and nerve, but something went wrong. Perhaps the horse resisted. Perhaps Straker's courage failed him. Perhaps there was an accomplice who turned on him. The result, regardless, was Straker's death and the horse's disappearance. Watson shook his head, trying to make sense of it. But if Straker was killed in the attempt, who took Silver Blaze, and where is the horse now? Excellent questions, Watson, to which I do not yet have satisfactory answers. However, I have a theory forming, and to test it, I need to visit another stable. Holmes turned to Colonel Ross. Mapleton, Sir Robert Norberton's establishment, is not far from here, I believe. About 2 miles southwest, Ross said, still looking shaken. Silas Brown runs it. A decent trainer, though he's a surly fellow, doesn't encourage visitors. Then we shall visit uninvited, Holmes said cheerfully. But first, I would like to examine something back at King's Pyland. Those early photographs you mentioned, do you have any from Silver Blaze's first year with you? There should be some in the office. We document all our horses photographically for the records. Why? Because, Holmes said, already striding back toward the stable, I have a hypothesis about our missing champion, and if I'm correct, those photographs will prove illuminating in ways you haven't anticipated. They walked back across the moor in silence, each lost in thought. Watson found himself pondering the image of John Straker on this very ground, carrying a knife meant to cripple the horse he'd raised and trained, driven by debts and desperation to betray everything he'd claimed to value. It was a sad picture, made sadder by the fog and the grey heather and the lonely cry of birds invisible in the mist. Back at King's Pyland, Holmes moved directly to the office, his energy renewed by purpose. He pulled out drawer after drawer with Colonel Ross's permission, searching through files and folders until he found what he sought, a wooden box containing photographic plates and prints, carefully labelled and dated. "Here," Holmes said, extracting several images. "Silver Blaze at 1 year, shortly after arrival, and here in 2 years, and 3, 4, 5. He laid them out in sequence on the desk, studying them with intense concentration. Watson looked over his shoulder. The photograph showed a handsome bay colt growing into a magnificent stallion, the progression from gangly youth to powerful maturity captured in silver and shadow. The distinctive white blaze was visible in each image, as was the white sock on the off hind leg. "What are you looking for?" Watson asked. "Confirmation," Holmes murmured. He pulled a magnifying glass from his pocket and examined each photograph minutely, paying particular attention to the markings, the proportions, and the subtle details that distinguished one horse from another. After several minutes of this intense scrutiny, he straightened with an expression of grim satisfaction. "Colonel Ross, do you have the original purchase documents? From Ireland? The bill of sale? Any certificates of lineage? Anything from O'Malley's establishment?" Ross retrieved a folder from a locked cabinet. "Everything's here." O'Malley was quite thorough with documentation. Registration papers, veterinary certificates, lineage charts going back 4 generations. Holmes spread these documents out beside the photographs, cross-referencing information with the speed of a man accustomed to processing large amounts of data quickly. He made small notations on a piece of paper, calculating something that Watson couldn't follow, his brow furrowed in concentration. Finally he looked up, his grey eyes sharp with certainty. "Colonel Ross, I need you to answer a question with complete honesty. When you purchased Silver Blaze from O'Malley's establishment, were there other colts of similar age and breeding available? Specifically, were there any that resembled Silver Blaze closely?" Ross thought back, his expression uncertain. "There were several young horses, as I mentioned. Good stock, all of them. I suppose some were similar in colouring. Bay is common enough in thoroughbreds. But I don't recall any being identical to Silver Blaze. Why?" "Because," Holmes said, tapping the photographs, "these images tell an interesting story. The measurements in Straker's journal, when compared to the documented growth rates in veterinary literature, suggest normal development. However, when I examine these photographs in detail, paying attention to the precise placement of markings, the proportions of the skull, the set of the ears, I notice something peculiar." He pointed to the earliest photograph. "This yearling has a white blaze that is broader at the top, tapering to a point just above the nostrils. See here." Then he indicated a later photograph. "This 3-year-old has a blaze that is more uniform in width, with a slight irregularity at the midpoint. Not dramatically different, certainly. One would need to look closely to notice, but different nonetheless." Watson leaned closer, squinting at the images. Could it not simply be the angle of the photograph, the lighting? "I considered that possibility. However, there are other discrepancies." Holmes pointed to various details: the exact shape of a particular whorl in the coat, the slight variation in the white sock's upper edge, the subtle differences in facial structure. Taken individually, each might be dismissed as a photographic artifact or natural variation. Together they suggested something more troubling. "Are you saying," Colonel Ross asked slowly, his voice strained, "that the horse in these later photographs is not the same horse as in the earlier ones?" "I am saying," Holmes replied carefully, "that we should consider the possibility that at some point between his arrival as a yearling and his current status as a champion, Silver Blaze was replaced by a different horse, one similar enough to pass casual inspection but not identical upon close examination." The words fell into the quiet office like stones into still water, ripples of implication spreading outward. Watson felt his mind racing through possibilities, each more troubling than the last. "But why?" Ross demanded. "What possible purpose would such a substitution serve?" Holmes folded his hands, his expression grave. "That, Colonel, is what we must discover. But I suspect the answer involves gambling, deception, and a great deal of money. Tell me, Does the name O'Malley mean anything to you beyond your initial transaction? No, nothing. I've had no contact with him since the purchase. And if I suggested that Silver Blaze might have had a twin, a brother from the same mare, born at the same time, would that strike you as possible? Ross's eyes widened. Twins are rare in horses, but not unknown. If there were twins... He trailed off, the implications dawning. Good God. If there were twins, and someone kept one hidden, they could switch them at will. The betting, the races, the entire system depends on each horse being unique, identifiable. If you could control both horses, you could control the outcome of races, Holmes finished. You could lay bets knowing which horse would truly compete, or arrange for the inferior twin to race under the champion's name, ensuring a loss while the real champion remained safe. It would be an elaborate fraud, certainly, but one worth executing if the financial rewards were sufficient. Watson felt cold despite the officer's warmth. And Straker discovered this? Is that why he was killed? Perhaps he discovered it. Or perhaps... Holmes paused, his expression darkening. Perhaps he was part of it from the beginning, and his death was the result of falling out with his co-conspirators. The surgical knife suggests he intended to harm a horse. But which horse? The champion, to ensure its loss, or the substitute to eliminate evidence of fraud? The three men stood in silence, surrounded by photographs and documents that suddenly seemed less like records and more like artifacts of a vast deception. Outside, the fog pressed against the windows, and somewhere in that grey vastness, a horse, or perhaps two horses, waited to reveal the truth of their identity. The afternoon settled over Dartmoor with the weight of unspoken things, the fog thickening as if to match the complexity of the case. Holmes sat in Colonel Ross's drawing room, a fire crackling in the grate, papers spread across the table before him like the pieces of a puzzle waiting to be assembled. Watson occupied a chair nearby, nursing a cup of tea that had long since gone cold, while Colonel Ross paced before the windows, his agitation barely contained. "Let me see if I understand your theory correctly," Ross said, turning from his contemplation of the grey afternoon. "You believe Silver Blaze had a twin, kept hidden by O'Malley or someone else. You believe this twin was somehow substituted for the original at some point, during his time here, and you believe Straker either discovered this fraud or was complicit in it, which led to his death." "Those are the contours of my hypothesis, yes," Holmes confirmed, not looking up from the racing forms he was studying. "Though I would add several refinements. The substitution, if it occurred, likely happened during Silver Blaze's second year, the period when Straker noted such a dramatic change in temperament. It's easier to switch a difficult horse for a docile one than to suddenly train an unmanageable animal into perfect compliance." Watson set down his cup. "But surely someone would have noticed. The stable hands, the veterinarian, Colonel Ross himself. Would they?" Holmes glanced up, one eyebrow raised. "Consider the circumstances. Horses of the same breeding can be remarkably similar, particularly siblings. Add to that the natural changes of maturation. A yearling looks quite different from a 2-year-old, a 2-year-old from a 3-year-old. If the substitution were done carefully, during a period of expected change, and if the substitute were indeed a twin with nearly identical markings, who would question it? People see what they expect to see, Watson. A bay colt with a white blaze becomes Silver Blaze because that's what we're told he is." "But the measurements," Ross protested. "Straker recorded everything. Surely a different horse would have different proportions." "Not if the horses were twins, born minutes apart, raised under similar conditions. Their measurements would be nearly identical, well within the range of normal variation. The only discrepancies would be subtle. The exact placement of a whorl in the coat, the precise shape of markings, minor differences in bone structure visible only through careful photographic comparison." Holmes tapped the papers before him. "Which brings me to the question of motive. Why perpetrate such an elaborate fraud?" He stood, moving to the fireplace, his tall frame casting shadows that flickered with the flames. "The thoroughbred racing industry in England is built upon a foundation of trust and documentation. The General Stud Book, established in 1791, records the lineage of every recognised thoroughbred. Registration with the Jockey Club ensures that each horse's identity is certified, its breeding authenticated. This system exists to prevent exactly the sort of fraud I'm describing, the substitution of one horse for another, the manipulation of races through deception." "Yet such fraud, if successful, would be immensely profitable," Watson observed. Precisely. Holmes turned back to face them. Consider the mathematics of betting. Silver Blaze, as a proven champion, carries odds of 3-1, conservative odds reflecting his expected dominance. A wager of £1,000 on Silver Blaze to win returns £3,000 if he succeeds. But now, suppose you possess knowledge others lack. Suppose you know that the horse racing under Silver Blaze's name is actually an inferior twin likely to lose. You lay bets against Silver Blaze, which given his reputation offers much longer odds, 10-1 perhaps, or even 20-1. That same £1,000 wagered on his defeat could return 10,000 or 20,000. Colonel Ross sank into a chair, his face pale. Good Lord, the sums involved are substantial enough to justify murder, particularly if one's co-conspirators felt betrayed or threatened with exposure. Holmes resumed his seat, pulling several racing forms toward him. I spent the early morning hours examining the betting patterns for Silver Blaze's recent races, using data Colonel Ross kindly provided. The results are illuminating. He spread several sheets across the table, covered in his neat handwriting. Columns of figures, calculations, annotations in red ink underlining significant patterns. Silver Blaze has run in 12 major races over the past 3 years. Of those 12, he won 10. The 2 he lost occurred 18 months apart, one in his second year, one in his fourth. Both losses were unexpected, causing significant upsets in the betting markets. In both cases, substantial sums were wagered against him shortly before the race, at odds that proved extremely favourable to those who bet on his defeat. Watson leaned forward to examine the figures. Insider knowledge. More than that, insider control. Someone knew that the horse racing would not be the champion Silver Blaze but his inferior twin. They placed their bets accordingly and profited handsomely. Holmes's finger traced down a column. After the first loss, there was an inquiry. Nothing came of it. The stewards concluded that Silver Blaze had simply had an off day, that even champions sometimes falter. After the second loss, similar conclusions. No one suspected fundamental fraud because no one imagined such an audacious scheme. But John Straker, Ross said quietly, he would have known. As the trainer handling the horse daily, he couldn't be deceived. Exactly. Which means either Straker was complicit from the beginning, or he discovered the truth and was silenced before he could reveal it. Holmes paused, his expression thoughtful. The bills from the London dressmaker suggest financial pressure. £70 is a considerable debt for a man of Straker's station. One might speculate that he was being blackmailed. Cooperate with our scheme, or we'll expose some indiscretion. Or alternatively, that he was being paid to facilitate the fraud and spend his ill-gotten gains unwisely. Watson frowned. You said the dressmaker bills were for expensive items, silks, velvets, not the sort of purchases a trainer's wife would make. Indeed, which suggests either a mistress or a more complex form of extortion. There are establishments in London that cater to certain specialised tastes, where a man might accumulate significant debts while pursuing pleasures best left undiscussed in polite company. Holmes's tone was matter-of-fact, but Watson caught the implication. Blackmail, then. Someone discovered Straker's secret life and used it to compel his cooperation. A working hypothesis. It would explain why a devoted trainer would participate in defrauding his employer and potentially harming an animal in his care. Desperation makes accomplices of honest men. Holmes stood again, restless with thought. But this brings us to the current crisis. 3 nights ago, something went wrong with the arrangement. Straker took a surgical knife onto the moor. Why? To lame the horse, Ross said, his voice heavy. You suggested as much at the scene. To lame a horse, certainly. But which one? If the substitution scheme was ongoing, there would be 2 horses to consider, the champion and the twin. If Straker meant to ensure Silver Blaze lost the Wessex Cup, he would lame the champion, ensuring the inferior twin raced in his place. But if Straker meant to expose the fraud, he might instead lame the twin, making it impossible to continue the deception. Watson saw the logic. Either action would require secrecy. Either action might provoke a violent response from co-conspirators. Precisely. Straker went onto the moor that night with a purpose related to the horses, was killed in the process, and one of the animals disappeared. The question becomes, which horse was taken, and by whom? Holmes picked up one of the photographs, studying it intently. The horse stolen from the stable was presumed to be Silver Blaze because it came from Silver Blaze's stall. But if the twin theory is correct, we cannot assume the horse in that stall was the true champion. It might have been the substitute. Then where's the real Silver Blaze? Ross demanded. That, Holmes said quietly, is what we must discover, and I believe the answer lies at Mapleton, Sir Robert Norberton's establishment, under the care of the estimable Silas Brown. The mention of Brown's name brought a complicated expression to Ross's face. Part dislike, part grudging respect. Brown's a difficult man, as I mentioned. A competent trainer knows his horses, but he's got a temper like a cornered badger. Rumours of sharp practices, though nothing proven. He and Straker didn't get along, professional rivalry mostly. Desborough is a good horse, and Brown thought he should have beaten Silver Blaze more often than he did. Interesting, Holmes murmured. Professional rivalry provides motive for fraud. If Brown knew about the twin, if he'd been recruited into the scheme, he'd have reason to ensure the inferior horse raced while keeping the champion hidden. And if Straker threatened to expose the arrangement, he left the implication hanging. Watson felt pieces clicking into place. You think Brown killed Straker and took the horse? I think Brown knows more than he's revealed. Whether he's a murderer or merely an accomplice remains to be determined. Holmes checked his watch. It's nearly 3 o'clock. I propose we visit Mapleton unannounced. Sometimes surprise yields better results than courtesy. Colonel Ross stood, reaching for his coat. I'll accompany you. If Brown's involved in this, I want to hear what he has to say. Actually, Holmes said gently, I think it might be more productive if Watson and I went alone. Your presence would put Brown on guard. He'd expect hostility from you and respond in kind. Better that I approach as a detective inquiring into Straker's murder, with no apparent connection to the racing rivalry between your establishments. Ross looked ready to argue, then deflated. You're right, of course. I'd probably throttle the man if he proved to be involved. Very well, but I want a full report upon your return. You have my word. The ride to Mapleton took them deeper into the moor, following a rough track that wound between stands of gorse and over small stone bridges crossing peat-dark streams. The fog had lifted slightly, offering glimpses of the broader landscape, rolling hills like sleeping giants, the occasional crofter's cottage sending up smoke from stone chimneys, hardy sheep grazing on slopes where nothing else would grow. Watson found himself thinking about the economics Holmes had outlined. The sums of money wagered, won, lost, the temptation such wealth might present to men of limited means. In his practice, he'd seen what financial desperation could drive people to do. Theft, fraud, violence. The racing world, with its blend of aristocratic pretension and cutthroat gambling, seemed perfectly designed to cultivate such desperation. Holmes, he said as they jounced over a particularly rough section of track, if your theory is correct, if there are indeed 2 horses, what happens to them now? Assuming we recover both, I mean. Holmes gazed out at the passing moorland, his expression distant. That depends on several factors. If the substitution can be proven, if we can definitively establish which horse is the true Silver Blaze, then presumably the impostor would be returned to whoever bred him, O'Malley perhaps, or whoever has been orchestrating this fraud. The real champion would be authenticated and allowed to race. Justice would be served. But proving identity definitively may be impossible. Photographs and measurements can suggest substitution, but they don't constitute absolute proof. The racing authorities would require more, veterinary examinations perhaps, or testimony from the original breeder. And even then, Holmes shook his head. The scandal would be enormous. It would shake confidence in the entire system of registration and authentication. The Jockey Club might prefer to quietly retire both horses rather than admit such a fraud was possible. That seems unjust. Justice and pragmatism often find themselves at odds, Watson. The powerful institutions of society tend to prioritize their own stability over abstract principles. He smiled slightly. But I'm being cynical. Let us first find the horses before we worry about what becomes of them. Mapleton appeared through the fog like a smaller, scruffier version of King's Pyland. Stone buildings arranged around a muddy yard, horses visible in paddocks beyond, the whole enterprise having an air of barely contained chaos. Where Colonel Ross's establishment spoke of money and pride, Mapleton suggested competence strained by limited resources. A groom spotted them approaching and called toward the main building. A moment later a man emerged, stocky, broad-shouldered, with a weathered face that suggested years of outdoor work and a disposition to match. His eyes were sharp and suspicious, his posture aggressive. This clearly was Silas Brown. "Help you, gentlemen, he called, his tone suggesting he'd prefer they turn around and leave. Holmes descended from the carriage with a pleasant smile. "Mr. Brown, my name is Sherlock Holmes, and this is my colleague, Dr. Watson. We're investigating the murder of John Straker and the disappearance of Silver Blaze. I wonder if we might have a few moments of your time." Brown's expression didn't soften, but something flickered in his eyes. Wariness, perhaps, or calculation. "Don't know what I can tell you. Sad business about Straker, but it's nothing to do with me or mine." "Of course not," Holmes said smoothly. "Still, as a neighbouring trainer, you might have observed something useful. Professional courtesy suggests we should at least inquire." Brown hesitated, clearly torn between the desire to refuse and the danger of appearing uncooperative. Finally, he jerked his head toward the stable. 5 minutes. I've got horses to see." As they followed Brown into the shadowed interior of the stable, Watson caught Holmes's eye and saw the satisfaction there. They were close now, close to something that mattered. The horses watched them pass with dark, knowing eyes, and somewhere in the fog beyond, truth waited to be uncovered. The interior of Mapleton's stable smelled of horses and hay and something else, a tension that seemed to hang in the air like the dust motes dancing in the dim light. Silas Brown moved through the space with the proprietary confidence of a man on his own ground, but Watson noticed the way his shoulders remained tight, the way his eyes kept darting toward Holmes as if measuring threat. Holmes, for his part, appeared supremely relaxed, his hands clasped behind his back as he surveyed the horses in their stalls with the interested air of a casual visitor. He paused before a magnificent grey, admiring the animal's conformation, then moved on to a chestnut mare who nickered softly at his approach. "Fine animals," Holmes remarked. "You maintain your stability well, Mr. Brown. One can see the care invested in each beast." Brown's expression softened fractionally at the compliment. "I will do my best. Not working with Colonel Ross's resources, mind you, but I know my horses. Every one of them gets proper attention." "I'm sure they do." Holmes had reached the end of the row and was turning back when he paused, his gaze sharpening on something Watson couldn't immediately identify. "That one there, the bay in the corner stall. May I approach?" "That's Desborough," Brown said, a note of pride entering his voice. "Sir Robert's prize colt. He's the one who'll give Silver Blaze a run at the Wessex Cup, or would have, if the poor beast hadn't disappeared." Holmes moved toward Desborough's stall with unhurried purpose, and Watson followed, curious about what had caught his friend's attention. The horse was indeed impressive. Powerful build, alert eyes, coat gleaming with health. But as Holmes drew closer, Watson saw him glance not at Desborough, but at the stall beyond, which stood in deeper shadow. "And that one?" Holmes asked casually. "I can barely see him in the dimness." "Just a hack," Brown said quickly. "Nothing special. Old injury makes him unsuitable for racing, so he's used for exercise riding, that sort of thing." "Might I see him nonetheless? I have an interest in horses generally, not merely champions." Brown hesitated, and in that hesitation Watson saw confirmation of Holmes's suspicions. The trainer didn't want them approaching that shadowed stall, which meant, by the peculiar logic of investigation, that approaching it was precisely what they should do. "Suit yourself," Brown said finally, his tone elaborately casual. "Though there's not much to see. As I said, it's just an old hack." Holmes moved past Desborough's stall to the one beyond, where a bay horse stood partially obscured by shadow. As Watson's eyes adjusted to the dimness, he saw what had caught Holmes's attention. A white blaze running down the animal's face, a white sock on one leg, the distinctive markings of— "Interesting," Holmes murmured, his voice so soft that only Watson heard. Louder, he said, "You're quite right, Mr. Brown. Nothing particularly remarkable, though he has good bone structure despite his injury. What was the nature of the damage?" "Strained tendon," Brown said. "Happened during training. He's sound enough for light work, but couldn't handle racing." Holmes nodded thoughtfully, then turned away from the stall with apparent disinterest. "Well, thank you for indulging my curiosity. Now, regarding John Straker, did you know him well?" Brown relaxed visibly now that Holmes had moved away from the mysterious bay. "Well enough. We'd cross paths at race meetings, exchange professional observations. Can't say we were friends. He worked for Ross, I worked for Sir Robert, and there's natural rivalry there. But I respected his skill. He knew horses. Did he ever visit Mapleton?" "Occasionally. Professional courtesy. Checking on Desborough before a race, that sort of thing. The last time would have been... Brown frowned, calculating. 3 weeks ago, maybe a month. Nothing unusual about it. And on the night of his death. 3 nights ago? Where were you, if you don't mind my asking? Brown's eyes narrowed. Right here, same as every night. Ask any of my grooms. I sleep in the quarters above the stable. Never left the property. Can anyone verify that? My head lad, Tom Jeffries. We played cards until near midnight, then I turned in. He'll tell you the same. Holmes smiled pleasantly. I'm sure he will. And you heard nothing unusual that night? No disturbances from the direction of King's Pyland? Mr. Holmes, King's Pyland is 2 miles across open moor. I could hardly hear any disturbances from there even if I was listening, which I wasn't. Brown crossed his arms. Now, if that's all, I really do have work to attend to. Of course. Just one more small thing. Holmes's tone remained light, conversational. The stranger in grey check who was seen near King's Plant before the theft. Have you encountered anyone matching that description? Grey check? Brown shook his head. Can't say I have. Why? No reason, merely thoroughness. Holmes extended his hand. Thank you for your time, Mr. Brown. You've been most helpful. Brown shook hands warily, clearly uncertain whether he'd been helpful or not, and escorted them back to their carriage with the evident relief of a man seeing unwelcome guests depart. As they drove away, Watson waited until they were well out of earshot before speaking. That bay in the corner stall was not a hack with an old injury, Holmes finished. Did you observe his condition, Watson? The muscle tone, the gleam of his coat, the alertness in his eye? That's a horse in racing condition, recently exercised, well-fed, and decidedly sound. Moreover, his markings matched the description of Silver Blaze with suspicious precision. Then we found him. We should return immediately, confront Brown. And achieve what precisely? Brown would deny everything, claim the horse is exactly what he says, and we'd have no proof to the contrary beyond my observations, which a court would consider insufficient. Holmes shook his head. No, we need more. We need to establish the horse's true identity beyond doubt, and we need to understand the full scope of the conspiracy. Watson settled back against the seat, frustrated but acknowledging the logic. So what do? We wait for darkness, Holmes said quietly, and then we return to Mapleton uninvited. Night fell across Dartmoor like a curtain dropping, swift and absolute. The fog, which had thinned during the afternoon, returned with the darkness, rolling in from the moors in waves of grey and silver, swallowing landmarks and muffling sounds. It was the sort of night made for secrets, for movements unseen, for truths hiding in plain sight. Holmes and Watson departed King's Plant on foot shortly after 11 o'clock, dressed in dark clothing, carrying a shuttered lantern and various tools Holmes deemed necessary for what he called nocturnal investigation. Colonel Ross had wanted to accompany them, but Holmes had been adamant 2 men could move more quietly than 3, and Ross's presence risked turning the investigation into confrontation. The walk across the moor was otherworldly in the darkness and fog. The path, clearly visible by day, became a suggestion underfoot, marked more by feel than sight. Watson found himself walking close to Holmes, grateful for his friend's uncanny sense of direction, listening to the night sounds of the moor. Wind in the heather, the distant cry of some hunting bird, the soft squelch of peat beneath their boots. Tell me your thoughts, Holmes said softly as they walked. Not about the case, but about the horses themselves. You've seen them both now. The one at King's Playland called Silver Blaze, and the one at Mapleton called a hack. What did you observe? Watson considered the question carefully. Both are bays with similar markings. Both appeared to be of similar build and age. The one at King's Pyland seemed, I don't know, more settled perhaps, as if he'd been in that stall a long time. The one at Mapleton was more alert, wary of strangers. Good observations. Now consider this. Which horse would you expect to be more comfortable with visitors? The celebrated champion who's been handled by many people, photographed, examined by veterinarians and racing officials, or the hidden twin who's been kept in a relative isolation, seen by only a select few? Understanding dawned. The champion would be accustomed to strangers, while the twin would be more skittish, which means the docile horse at King's Pyland, comfortable in his stall, is likely the true Silver Blaze, and the wary horse hidden at Mapleton is his twin, kept in reserve for the purpose of substitution. Holmes's voice carried satisfaction. The scheme becomes clearer. The real Silver Blaze has been at King's Pyland all along, racing under his own name, winning as expected. But his twin is kept at Mapleton, ready to be switched in when the conspirators want to engineer a loss and profit from the betting. So the night Straker died. The conspirators came to make a switch. Perhaps for the Wessex Cup, perhaps for some other purpose. But Straker objected, or demanded a larger cut, or threatened exposure. He was killed, and in the confusion, the wrong horse was taken. Or perhaps... Holmes paused. Perhaps the right horse was taken, but not for the reasons we initially assumed. They had reached Mapleton now, the dark shapes of buildings barely visible through the fog. No lights showed in the windows. The establishment was asleep, trusting in isolation, and the moor's natural defences against intruders. Holmes led Watson around to the rear of the stable, moving with the confidence of a man who'd studied the layout during their earlier visit. The stable door was locked, but locks held few mysteries for Sherlock Holmes. Within moments, they slipped inside, closing the door softly behind them. The interior was pitch black, filled with the warm smell of horses and the soft sounds of animals stirring in sleep. Holmes opened the lantern's shutter just enough to cast a thin beam of light, guiding them through the rows of stalls. The bay Hack stood in his corner stall, awake and alert. His ears pricked forward as they approached, and he regarded them with obvious intelligence. Holmes opened the stall door slowly, speaking in low, soothing tones, the sort of sounds that transcend words and communicate only intention and calm. "Easy, boy, easy now. We mean you no harm." The horse allowed Holmes to approach, though his muscles remained tense, ready for flight. Holmes ran his hands over the animal's body with the practiced touch of someone who knew what he was looking for, checking confirmation, feeling for old injuries or irregularities, examining the set of bones and the quality of muscle. "Watson," he murmured, "bring the light closer. I want to examine his markings in detail." Watson brought the lantern near, and in its dim glow they studied the white blaze, the white sock, the small whorls and irregularities that marked this particular animal as unique. Holmes pulled a folded paper from his pocket, one of the photographs from King's Pyland, and held it where he could compare the image to reality. After several minutes of intense scrutiny, he straightened with a soft exclamation of satisfaction. "This is the twin! Look here!" He pointed to a small irregularity in the blaze just above the horse's right nostril. In the photographs of the young Silver Blaze, this irregularity is absent. The blaze is smooth, uniform. But here, on this animal, there's a small deviation, a place where the white marking splits briefly into 2 points before converging again. It's subtle, easily missed unless you're looking for it, but it's distinctive. Could it not have developed as the horse matured? Markings don't change in that fashion. They may become more defined or less distinct with age, but their fundamental pattern remains constant. Holmes pulled out a small notebook and began sketching, documenting the details under the lantern's light. This horse is Silver Blaze's twin brother, almost certainly, and his presence here, hidden and misidentified, confirms the conspiracy. A sound from outside the stable froze them both. Footsteps on gravel, the low murmur of voices. Watson's hand went instinctively to the revolver in his pocket, but Holmes touched his arm, shaking his head in warning. Confrontation would achieve nothing except danger. Instead, Holmes quietly closed the stall door, shuttered the lantern completely, and drew Watson into the shadows behind a stack of hay bales. The stable door opened, letting in a wash of foggy air and dim lamplight. 2 figures entered, Silas Brown carrying a lantern, and another man Watson didn't recognise, shorter and stockier, wearing a long coat against the night's chill. "I don't like it," Brown was saying, his voice tight with worry. That detective Holmes, he's not a fool. He was asking questions, looking at the horses. He saw this one, I'm sure of it. Did he seem suspicious? The other man's voice was cultured, educated, with an accent that suggested London rather than the country. How would I know? He's a detective. Suspicion is his profession. Brown moved toward the twin stall, holding his lantern high to check on the horse. "We should move him. Tonight, if possible. The longer he stays here, the greater the risk." "Move him where?" "We can't return him to O'Malley, that connection's too dangerous, and we can't simply turn him loose on the moor." "What about the original plan, the farm in Wales?" "Too far, too complicated. Besides, with Straker dead and the other horse missing. The man stopped, seeming to realise he'd said too much. We need to think this through carefully. Brown turned to face his companion, and in the lamplight, Watson could see the fear on his face. I never signed on for murder. Switching horses, fixing a few races, that's one thing. But Straker died, this detective poking about. It's spiralling out of control. Straker's death was an accident. You know that. Do I? I wasn't there. All I know is what you told me, that there was a struggle, that he fell, that everything went wrong. But if Holmes discovers the truth, he won't. He can't. There's no evidence connecting us to Straker's death, and as for the horses, well, this one is exactly what you say he is, a hack with an old injury. No one can prove otherwise. Holmes can. He's clever, and he's persistent, and he saw this horse. If he comes back with authorities, with veterinarians, then we'll deal with it. The man's voice hardened. We've come too far to panic now. The Wessex Cup is in 4 days. If we can just maintain the deception until then, we'll make one final switch, profit from the betting, and then disappear before anyone can assemble enough evidence to prosecute. But that requires nerve, Brown. Do you have it? Brown was silent for a long moment. Finally he nodded. 4 days, then I'm out. I don't care how much money's involved. I want no part of this after the Cup. Agreed. Now go back to bed. And if Holmes returns, you know nothing. You've seen nothing. You're simply a trainer running his stable, understood? Understood. The two men left, taking their light with them, and the stable returned to darkness and the soft breathing of horses. Watson waited until the footsteps had faded entirely before whispering, "Holmes, we have them." That conversation was suggestive but not conclusive, Holmes replied quietly. They spoke of switching horses, of deception, of Straker's death being an accident during a struggle. But they didn't explicitly confess to murder, and a good barrister could argue multiple interpretations of their words. We need more. What more could we possibly need? The other horse? The true Silver Blaze, who was taken from King's Pyland 3 nights ago. If we can locate him, if we can prove that 2 horses exist and document the conspiracy in its entirety, then we'll have a case that can't be dismissed or explained away. Holmes was already moving toward the stable door, pulling Watson with him. Come, we have work to do, and only 4 days to complete it. They slipped out into the foggy night, leaving Mapleton's secrets behind them. As they walked back across the moor toward King's Pyland, Watson found himself thinking about the twin in his stall, waiting unknowingly to be used one final time in a scheme that had already cost one man his life. The fog swirled around them like questions without answers, and the moor stretched vast and ancient, keeping its own counsel. Somewhere out there a horse was hidden. Somewhere out there the truth waited to be found, and the clock was ticking toward the Wessex Cup. Dawn arrived reluctantly over Dartmoor, the sun a pale disk struggling to assert itself through layers of morning mist. Watson woke from a restless sleep filled with images of horses and fog and shadowed stables, to find Holmes already awake and seated at the writing desk in their shared room, papers spread before him like pieces of an elaborate puzzle finally yielding their pattern. "Good morning, Watson," Holmes said without turning. "I trust you managed some rest despite our nocturnal adventures." Watson stretched, feeling the stiffness in his legs from their midnight trek across the moor. "Some, though my mind kept returning to that conversation we overheard. Holmes, if Straker's death was an accident as they claimed, then it changes the nature of the crime but not its severity. Manslaughter rather than murder, perhaps. But the conspiracy remains, and a man is still dead." Holmes finally turned, his face showing the marks of a sleepless night. Shadows beneath his eyes, a tightness around his mouth. But his expression carried satisfaction. "I've spent the hours since our return analysing everything we know, cross-referencing dates and events, constructing a timeline of the conspiracy. I believe I can now reconstruct what happened with reasonable confidence. Tell me." Holmes stood, moving to the window where the growing light revealed the stable-yard below, already busy with morning routines. "I began 5 years ago in Ireland. O'Malley's breeding operation produces twin colts from a champion mare, a rare occurrence, but not unheard of. Both colts are bays, both carry similar markings, both show promise. O'Malley, being a man of flexible ethics, sees an opportunity. He registers only one colt officially, the one that becomes Silver Blaze, and keeps the other's existence hidden. Watson joined him at the window. Why not register both? Surely 2 champion horses are worth more than 1. Because 2 registered horses can't be in the same place at the same time without someone noticing. But 1 registered horse and 1 phantom twin can be switched at will, allowing the manipulation of race outcomes for betting purposes. O'Malley sells the registered colt to Colonel Ross for 3,000 guineas, a substantial but not extraordinary sum for a horse of that lineage. The twin he keeps, waiting for the right moment to implement his scheme. When does the switching begin? During Silver Blaze's second year, when Straker notes the sudden change in temperament. I believe that was the first substitution. O'Malley's agents, or perhaps Straker himself if he had already been recruited, made the switch while the horse was still young enough that the substitution wouldn't be immediately obvious. The docile twin replaced the difficult original, or vice versa. The exact sequence matters less than the fact of substitution. Holmes moved away from the window, pacing as he spoke, his hands gesturing to emphasize points in his reconstruction. Over the next 3 years, the scheme operates intermittently. Most of the time, the true champion Silver Blaze races under his own name and wins, building his reputation and keeping his odds favourable. But occasionally, twice that we can document, possibly more times in lesser races, the twin is substituted. The inferior horse races under Silver Blaze's name, performs poorly, loses. Those who know about the switch bet against Silver Blaze at long odds and profit handsomely. And Straker's role? Essential. As the trainer with daily access to the horse, Straker's cooperation is mandatory. I suspect he was recruited through blackmail initially. Those expensive dressmaker bills suggest someone with knowledge of Straker's private indiscretions pressuring him into compliance. Later, he may have been paid as well, becoming a full participant rather than a coerced accomplice. The conspiracy likely involved several people, O'Malley as the originator, Straker as the facilitator, Silas Brown as the keeper of the hidden twin, and at least 1 other person, the well-spoken man we heard last night, coordinating the betting and finances. Watson frowned, trying to follow the complexity. But 3 nights ago, something went wrong. What changed? I believe Straker's conscience finally overcame his fear and greed. Perhaps the approaching Wessex Cup, a major race with enormous sums at stake, made him realise the magnitude of the fraud. Perhaps he learned something that frightened him, or perhaps he simply reached the limits of his tolerance for deception. Whatever the reason, he decided to expose the conspiracy. Holmes paused, his expression grave. The surgical knife is the key. He took it onto the moor that night, intending to mark one of the horses in a way that would prove substitution had occurred. Perhaps by making a small distinctive cut that would be visible upon veterinary examination. Permanent proof that 2 horses existed. But which horse did he intend to mark? That, Watson, is where the tragedy deepens. I believe he intended to mark the twin, the horse hidden at Mapleton. If he could demonstrate that Brown's hack was actually a racing quality thoroughbred with markings identical to Silver Blaze, the fraud would be undeniable. So he arranged to meet his co-conspirators on the moor that night, ostensibly to discuss the Wessex Cup substitution, but actually planning to seize the twin and mark him as evidence. Holmes's voice softened with something like pity. But the conspirators had grown suspicious of Straker's loyalty. When he attempted to carry out his plan, when he approached the twin with the knife perhaps, or when he revealed his intention to expose them, there was a confrontation. In the struggle, Straker fell and struck his head on a stone. The blow killed him, turning fraud into manslaughter. And the horse taken from King's Pyland was the twin, brought there by the conspirators for the planned switch. When Straker died, they panicked. They couldn't complete the substitution, too dangerous with a body on the moor, but they couldn't leave the twin at King's Pyland where it would be discovered and compared to Silver Blaze. So they took the twin away, returning him to Mapleton, and left the true Silver Blaze in his proper stall. The opium in the stable hand's supper was meant to facilitate the switch, but instead provided cover for removing the twin after the disaster. Watson absorbed this, seeing how the pieces fit together. So the true Silver Blaze has been at King's Playland all along? Precisely. The horse currently in Silver Blaze's stall is the genuine champion. The missing horse was actually the twin, and he's been found, hidden at Mapleton, waiting for one final use in the Wessex Cup deception. A deception that will now never occur. A knock at the door interrupted them. Colonel Ross entered, looking haggard but determined. "Mr. Holmes, Inspector Gregory has arrived from London. He wants to speak with you about your investigation. And there's something else. I've received a telegram from the Jockey Club. They've heard rumours of irregularities concerning Silver Blaze and are sending representatives to examine him before the Cup. If there's anything suspicious about his identity, they'll discover it." Holmes's expression brightened. "Excellent news on both counts, Watson. I believe the time has come to bring all parties together and resolve this matter definitively. Colonel Ross, would you be so kind as to arrange a gathering here this afternoon? Inspector Gregory, yourself, and if possible Silas Brown and Sir Robert Norberton from Mapleton. Tell Brown it concerns evidence in Straker's murder. He won't dare refuse. And the Jockey Club representatives? Invite them as well. In fact, their presence is essential." Holmes smiled, that peculiar expression of satisfaction that always appeared when a case approached resolution. It's time for truth to emerge from shadow, for deceptions to be revealed, and for two horses to finally be seen as they truly are, not as rivals or substitutes, but as brothers separated by human greed. The afternoon sun had burned away the morning fog by the time the various parties assembled in Colonel Ross's drawing-room. It was a distinguished but tense gathering. Inspector Gregory, stolid and professional, his notebook ready. Colonel Ross, anxious but hopeful. Silas Brown, looking cornered and defensive, accompanied by his employer, Sir Robert Norberton, a tall aristocratic man clearly bewildered by the summons, and two officials from the Jockey Club, Mr. Henderson and Lord Fairfax, both wearing expressions of grave concern. Holmes stood before the fireplace, the position lending him natural authority, while Watson took a seat near the door, positioned to observe everyone's reactions. The room smelled of tobacco and tension, afternoon light streaming through windows that looked out on the stable yard where Silver Blaze, the true Silver Blaze, stood in his paddock, magnificent and unaware of the drama unfolding on his behalf. "Gentlemen," Holmes began, his voice carrying easily through the room, "thank you for gathering on short notice. I've asked you here because the death of John Straker and the temporary disappearance of Silver Blaze are not separate mysteries, but parts of a single, elaborate conspiracy, one that strikes at the heart of thoroughbred racing's integrity." Inspector Gregory leaned forward. "Mr. Holmes, I've read your telegram with considerable interest. You claim to have evidence of fraud involving Silver Blaze's identity. That's a serious allegation. Indeed it is, which is why I've assembled proof rather than mere speculation." Holmes gestured to Watson, who produced the photographs, documents, and notes they'd compiled. "The foundation of this conspiracy is simple but audacious. Silver Blaze has a twin brother, born at the same time from the same mare, nearly identical in appearance and ability. This twin's existence was deliberately concealed to facilitate a betting fraud." Sir Robert Norberton stood abruptly. "This is absurd. Brown, tell them—" "Let Mr. Holmes finish," Brown said quietly, his face pale. The trainer's shoulders had slumped, and Watson recognised the posture of a man who'd decided confession was preferable to continued deception. Holmes continued, his tone matter-of-fact, presenting evidence as he might present scientific findings. 5 years ago, Irish breeder Patrick O'Malley sold a yearling colt to Colonel Ross. The horse registered as Silver Blaze. What O'Malley concealed was that this colt had a twin, kept unregistered and hidden. Over the subsequent years, these twins were occasionally switched, allowing conspirators to manipulate race outcomes and profit from betting. He displayed the photographs, pointing out the subtle differences in markings, the small discrepancies that proved two distinct animals existed. The Jockey Club officials examined these with growing alarm, while Gregory scribbled notes rapidly. John Straker, Colonel Ross's trainer, was recruited into this conspiracy, initially through blackmail related to personal debts, later as a paid participant. His role was essential. He facilitated the switches, maintained 2 sets of records, and ensured that neither horse showed suspicious changes that might prompt investigation. The twin was kept at Mapleton under Silas Brown's care, disguised as a common hack with an old injury. Brown stood slowly, his weathered face a mask of misery. "It's true," he said, his voice rough. "All of it. I kept the twins, switched them when O'Malley's man gave the word, and took my cut of the betting profits. I told myself it wasn't really wrong, that no one was being hurt, that it was just business. But I never wanted any part of killing. You have to believe that." "Tell us about the night Straker died," Holmes said gently. Brown sank back into his chair, suddenly looking much older. "Straker had grown a conscience, sent word he wanted to meet on the moor, said he was going to expose everything unless we called off the Wessex Cup switch. O'Malley's man, his name is Fletcher, operates out of London. Fletcher went to meet him, and I went along because I knew Straker, though I could reason with him. We brought the twin from my stable, planning to make the switch if we could convince Straker to cooperate one more time. His voice cracked. But Straker wouldn't budge, said he'd marked the twin years ago with a tiny tattoo inside his ear, something only a close examination would reveal, but that would prove two horses existed. He'd done it as insurance, he said, protection if O'Malley ever tried to double-cross him. He threatened to show the authorities, to ruin us all. Fletcher grabbed him, tried to take the knife Straker was holding. Straker had brought it to defend himself, I think, or maybe to mark the horse again, make the evidence more obvious. They struggled, and Straker fell backward, hitting his head on a rock. The room was silent except for the scratch of Gregory's pen. Brown continued, tears now running down his weathered face. He died instantly. We panicked. Fletcher wanted to hide the body, make it look like an accident, but I said no. That would make us murderers for certain. So we left him there, took the twin back to my stable, and tried to pretend nothing had happened. But Fletcher was worried Straker had told someone, or left evidence. He's been pushing me to destroy the twin or send him away, but I couldn't harm the horse for human failings. Holmes nodded slowly. The tattoo Straker mentioned, is it still present? Inside the twin's left ear. The small mark looks like a star. Straker was clever, put it somewhere that wouldn't be seen in normal handling, but that a veterinarian would find if they looked. Lord Fairfax rose, his aristocratic face set with determination. Then let us examine both horses immediately. If this tattoo exists, if we can demonstrate two animals, with identical markings otherwise, this conspiracy will be proven beyond doubt. The examination took place in the stable yard under the watchful eyes of all assembled parties. The Jockey Club officials brought veterinary instruments, photographic equipment, and measuring tools. First they examined the horse in Silver Blaze's stall at King's Pyland, the true champion, placid and familiar with such attention. They documented his markings, his measurements, his every distinguishing characteristic, photographing him from multiple angles. Then, with Brown's reluctant guidance, they proceeded to Mapleton and examined the hack in the corner stall, the twin, more nervous but submitting to the inspection. Again, they documented everything, their professional faces growing more grave as the similarities became undeniable. Finally, one of the veterinarians gently folded back the twin's left ear and examined the inner surface with a magnifying glass. After a moment, he looked up at Lord Fairfax and nodded. There's a tattoo here. Small, professionally done. A 5-pointed star, approximately 3 millimeters in diameter, and the true Silver Blaze has no such mark. Inspector Gregory stepped forward, producing handcuffs. Silas Brown, I'm arresting you for conspiracy to commit fraud and for involvement in the death of John Straker. Mr. Fletcher, whose full name and address you will provide, will be sought for manslaughter and conspiracy. Sir Robert, I'm afraid your ignorance of these crimes doesn't absolve your stable of involvement. The Jockey Club will have questions. Sir Robert, who had sat through the entire proceeding in stunned silence, simply nodded. I knew nothing of this. Nothing. Brown managed the horses. I trusted him. My God. Holmes approached Colonel Ross, who stood gazing at both horses with an expression of wonder and sorrow mingled. The question now, Colonel, is what becomes of these two magnificent animals? Ross was quiet for a long moment. The true Silver Blaze will race in the Wessex Cup under his own name without deception. He deserves that much, to prove himself honestly one final time. After that, he looked at the twin, still standing quietly in his stall, marked forever by human scheming. After that, I think they should both retire together. Brothers kept apart by greed should spend their remaining years in peace, in the same pasture, free from racing and fraud and all the complications humans brought to their lives. A wise and generous decision, Holmes said softly. As the authorities led Brown away and the Jockey Club officials prepared their reports, Watson found himself watching the two horses. So similar, so innocent of the crimes committed in their names. They regarded the humans with patient, intelligent eyes, perhaps understanding in some equine fashion that their lives were changing, that truth had finally caught up with deception. The afternoon sun slanted golden across the stable yard, and somewhere in the distance, a curlew called across the moor. The case was solved, justice was being served, and two brothers would finally be allowed to simply be horses, nothing more and nothing less. It was, Watson thought, As good an ending as one could hope for in an imperfect world. 4 days had passed since the truth emerged in Colonel Ross's drawing room, and Dartmoor had settled back into its ancient rhythms as if human dramas were merely brief interruptions in the landscape's eternal patience. The fog that had cloaked the moor during the investigation had finally lifted, leaving behind skies of startling clarity, the kind of autumn blue that seemed almost painful in its brightness, as if the world were offering apology for its earlier obscurity. Watson stood at the paddock fence, watching the 2 bay horses graze side by side in the afternoon sun. They moved in that companionable silence that brothers often share, occasionally nickering to one another, their white blazes catching the light as they lowered their heads to the grass. It was difficult watching them now to imagine the complexity of human scheming that had kept them apart, the greed and fear that had made instruments of their very identities. "Peaceful, isn't it?" Holmes said, appearing beside him with that characteristic quietness of movement. "Almost makes one forget the violence and deception that brought us here." "Almost," Watson agreed. "Have you heard from Inspector Gregory? Any news on Fletcher's capture?" A telegram arrived this morning. Fletcher was apprehended in Dover attempting to board a ferry to Calais. He'll stand trial for manslaughter, along with conspiracy to commit fraud. Brown has turned Queen's evidence, providing full details of O'Malley's operation in exchange for a reduced sentence. O'Malley himself has disappeared, fled to America, Gregory suspects, though extradition proceedings are being initiated. Holmes fell silent, his grey eyes fixed on the horses with an expression Watson had rarely seen. Something softer than his usual analytical detachment, something almost like regret. "I've been thinking about Straker," Holmes said finally. "History will remember him as a criminal, a man who betrayed his employer's trust for profit, but I wonder if that judgment is entirely fair." Watson turned to look at his friend, surprised by the philosophical bent. "What do you mean?" "Consider his circumstances. A man of modest means, talented in his profession but forever dependent on the patronage of the wealthy. He had secrets. Those expensive bills suggest indiscretions, perhaps gambling debts or an extramarital affair. The sort of private failings that Victorian society punishes with social death. O'Malley's people discovered these secrets and used them as leverage, transforming Straker from victim to accomplice." Holmes picked up a piece of straw from the fence post, turning it absently in his fingers. For years, he lived with that compromise, participating in a fraud he likely detested, trapped by fear and financial necessity. And yet, in the end, he found the courage to resist. He planned to expose the conspiracy, to redeem himself even at the cost of his own ruin. That took a certain moral strength, Watson. That took character. But he waited years to find that strength, Watson pointed out. How many races were fixed in that time? How much money was stolen from honest bettors? Indeed, I'm not absolving him of guilt, merely noting that human morality is rarely as simple as we'd like it to be. Straker was both villain and victim, coward and hero. His life a testament to the complicated mathematics of conscience. Holmes dropped the straw and turned away from the paddock. "Come, Colonel Ross wished to speak with us before we departed. I believe he has something to show us." They found Ross in his study, surrounded by papers and looking more at peace than he had in days. The lines of worry that had marked his face during the investigation had eased, replaced by a calm satisfaction. He rose as they entered, gesturing to chairs by the window, where afternoon light pooled warm and golden. "Gentlemen, I wanted to thank you properly before you return to London. What you've done for me, for the integrity of racing, there are no adequate words." Ross poured 3 glasses of excellent whisky, handing them round. "The Jockey Club has completed its investigation. Silver Blaze will race in the Wessex Cup tomorrow under his true identity, authenticated beyond question. His twin, I've decided to call him Silver Shadow, seemed fitting, will remain here, retired from any racing considerations." "And after the Cup?" Holmes asked. "Both will retire together, as I mentioned. I've purchased a property in the Cotswolds, a gentle country with good grazing. They'll live out their years there in peace, brothers finally allowed to be simply horses." Ross sipped his whisky, his expression distant. "I've been thinking about breeding them, you know. Twin stallions from champion lines. Their offspring would be valuable, but I've decided against it. They've been used enough for human purposes. Let them have peace without productivity, rest without exploitation." Watson felt warmth toward the colonel in that moment, recognising the gesture's generosity. "That's uncommonly decent of you, sir. Perhaps I've simply learned something from this entire wretched business." Ross moved to the window, gazing out at his stables. The racing world, hell, the entire Victorian enterprise, is built on the assumption that everything has a price, that everything can be bought and sold and valued in pounds sterling. Horses, loyalty, truth itself. We've created systems of measurement and authentication and registration, all designed to prevent fraud, but we forget that these systems can themselves be corrupted when enough money is at stake. He turned back to face them, his weathered face serious. "Straker was a good man once, I'm certain of it. But we, and by we, I mean this whole society of ours, we placed him in circumstances where goodness became a luxury he couldn't afford. We paid him a salary that required absolute honesty, while surrounding him with temptations that would test a saint, and when he failed, when he fell into O'Malley's trap, we offered him no mercy, no path to redemption, only ruin if he confessed. Is it any wonder he waited years to find his courage?" Holmes nodded slowly. "You're arguing that the system itself shares culpability. I'm arguing that systems designed by flawed humans will inevitably reflect those flaws. The racing industry prides itself on integrity, but it's built on gambling, on encouraging men to wager sums they can't afford to lose on outcomes they can't control. We create the conditions for corruption, and then act surprised when corruption occurs." Ross drained his glass. "I don't expect to change the world, Mr. Holmes, but I can change my small corner of it. Those two horses will be treated with dignity, as living beings rather than investments. It's a small gesture, but it's what I can offer." There was a knock at the door and a young groom entered, cap in hand. "Begging your pardon, Colonel, but there's a lady here asking for Mr. Holmes. Says her name is Mrs. Straker." The room fell silent. Ross looked to Holmes, who nodded slightly. "Show her in, please." Mrs. Straker was a small, plain woman in her middle years, dressed in mourning black that looked hastily acquired, the sort of widow's weeds purchased in grief rather than planned for in advance. Her face was pale and drawn, her eyes red from crying, but she carried herself with a dignity that spoke of strength beneath the sorrow. She clutched a small cloth bag in her hands, twisting the handles nervously. "Mr. Holmes," she said, her voice soft but steady. "I hope you'll forgive the intrusion. I know you're preparing to leave, but I needed to speak with you before I left as well." "Please sit," Holmes said gently, offering his own chair. "You're not intruding, Mrs. Straker. I'm deeply sorry for your loss." She sat carefully, as if afraid the chair might collapse beneath her grief. "They're saying terrible things about John, in the village, in the newspapers, that he was a criminal, a fraud, that he deserved what happened to him." Her voice cracked but held. "I needed you to know. He wasn't a bad man. He made mistakes, terrible mistakes, but he wasn't bad." "I believe you," Holmes said, and Watson heard genuine compassion in his friend's voice. "Your husband was trapped in circumstances that would have challenged anyone's integrity. In the end, he tried to make amends. That should count for something." Mrs. Straker looked up, tears spilling down her cheeks. "Did he?" "No one's told me the details, just that he was involved in some scheme with the horses. Inspector Gregory said John died trying to expose it, but I don't understand how or why." She stopped, overcome, her hands trembling. Watson moved quietly to pour her a glass of water, which she accepted with a grateful nod. After a moment she continued, her voice stronger. "Those bills you found, from the dressmaker in London, they were for my sister, Mr. Holmes. My sister Eleanor, who has expensive tastes and a husband who can't say no to her demands. She borrowed money from John, promised to repay it, and never did. He was too soft-hearted to press her, too ashamed to tell me about it. So he accumulated debts, and then—" she gestured helplessly. "And then someone found out about those debts and used them against him." Holmes leaned forward. "Mrs. Straker, your husband was blackmailed into participating in a racing fraud. He facilitated the switching of horses for betting purposes. But when the scheme escalated, when he realized the full extent of what he'd become involved in, he decided to expose it, even though doing so would ruin him financially and socially. He went onto the moor that night planning to gather evidence, to prove the fraud and end it. His death was the result of that courage. They killed him for trying to do the right thing. They killed him accidentally during a confrontation. It doesn't excuse the crime, but neither was it cold-blooded murder. Your husband died trying to redeem himself, Mrs. Straker. That's worth remembering." She was silent for a long moment, absorbing this. Finally, she opened the cloth bag and withdrew a small leather journal, different from the training records Holmes had examined, older and more worn. "This is John's personal diary. I found it in his things. I've read it, and I think you should have it, Mr. Holmes. It explains things in his own words. Maybe it will help others understand." Holmes accepted the journal with careful hands, as if it were something precious and fragile. "Thank you, Mrs. Straker. This is a generous gift." "It's the truth," she said simply. "John spent the last years of his life living a lie. The least I can do is make sure the truth is known after his death." She stood, smoothing her black dress. "I'm leaving Dartmoor, going to live with my family in Cornwall. I can't stay here, with everyone whispering. But I wanted you to know, John wasn't evil. He was weak, and then he tried to be strong, and it killed him. That's the real tragedy, isn't it? That trying to do right can be as dangerous as doing wrong." After she left, Ross quietly excused himself, sensing that Holmes and Watson needed privacy. Holmes sat with Straker's diary in his lap, not yet opening it, his expression distant. "Will you read it?" Watson asked. "Eventually. Though I suspect it will contain nothing that changes the essential facts of the case, merely confirmation and detail, the inner thoughts of a man struggling with compromise." Holmes set the diary aside carefully. "Mrs. Straker is right, you know. The tragedy isn't that Straker was corrupt, but that his attempt at redemption proved fatal. One might argue the universe is poorly designed if virtue carries the same risks as vice. You're being unusually philosophical today. Perhaps Dartmoor encourages it. This landscape has witnessed human folly for thousands of years. Bronze Age settlements, Roman outposts, medieval castles, all crumbled into the heather. Our little drama of horses and fraud and accidental death is merely the latest scene in an ancient play. The more endures, indifferent to our concerns, and will continue long after we're forgotten." Holmes stood, moving to the window where both horses were still visible, grazing in the late afternoon sun. "Do you know what bothers me most about this case, Watson? Not the fraud, not even Straker's death, but the fundamental injustice of how value is assigned. Those two horses out there, they're brothers, born of the same mare, identical in nearly every respect. Yet one was deemed worth 3,000 guineas and a life of celebrity, while the other was hidden away, his existence denied, his identity erased. The only difference between them was an accident of registration, a piece of paper saying one is Silver Blaze and the other is nobody. Humans require systems of identification, Watson pointed out. Otherwise, how would we know which horse is which? Indeed. But our systems of identification become systems of valuation, and our systems of valuation become systems of exploitation. We don't simply identify things. We price them, rank them, judge them worthy or unworthy based on arbitrary criteria. And then we're surprised when people manipulate those systems for profit. Holmes shook his head. "I'm not advocating for chaos, Watson, merely noting that civilization's necessary fictions sometimes produce unnecessary suffering. Deep thoughts for a horse-switching case. Every case is a window into human nature, and human nature is the only mystery worth sustained investigation." Holmes turned from the window, his expression lightening slightly. "But enough philosophy. We have a train to catch tomorrow afternoon, after we witness Silver Blaze's final race. Colonel Ross has kindly offered us seats in his box at the Wessex Cup. It would be churlish to refuse. You want to see if he wins. I want to see him race honestly, without deception or substitution. Win or lose is less important than the integrity of the competition. Though between you and me, Watson, I suspect he'll win. Not because he's necessarily the fastest horse, but because he'll be racing as himself, without the psychological burden of fraud. There's a freedom in truth that often translates to excellence." The Wessex Cup dawned clear and bright, the kind of perfect autumn day that seemed ordered specifically for outdoor spectacle. The racetrack at Tavistock was crowded with spectators, aristocrats in their finest attire, middle-class families enjoying a day out, bookmakers shouting odds, vendors selling meat pies, and Hull. The air buzzed with excitement and the peculiar energy that surrounds significant sporting events, where the outcome matters terribly to some and provides mere entertainment to others. Holmes and Watson sat in Colonel Ross's box, positioned to offer excellent views of the track. The colonel was visibly nervous, his hands gripping the rail as various horses were paraded before the crowd. Desborough from Mapleton was there, running under new management now that Sir Robert had dismissed his entire stable staff. Several other thoroughbreds of excellent pedigree completed the field, each with their supporters and detractors among the betting crowd. And then Silver Blaze appeared, led by a new head groom. Ned Hunter had been promoted to head trainer, a position he'd accepted with appropriate solemnity. The horse looked magnificent. Coat gleaming, muscles rippling beneath the skin, head held high with what Watson could only describe as confidence. The crowd murmured appreciatively, and the odds, displayed on large boards, showed him as the favourite despite recent events, or perhaps because of them. The scandal had only increased public interest, and many in the crowd had come specifically to see the famous horse whose identity had been so dramatically questioned and confirmed. "He looks ready," Ross murmured. "God, I hope we haven't put him through too much, what with the examinations and the stress of the investigation." "He's a champion," Holmes said calmly. "Champions tend to rise to occasions rather than shrink from them." The horses approached the starting line, a barrier system recently adopted from American racing, considered more fair than the traditional flag start. Watson felt his own pulse quicken as the horses lined up, jockeys in their colourful silks checking reins and stirrups, each animal's personality evident in how they handled the tension. Desborough danced nervously, wasting energy. Silver Blaze stood calm, focused, almost meditative in his readiness. The barrier was lifted. The race began. Watson had attended horse races before, but had never quite captured the visceral thrill of the start. The explosion of movement, the thunder of hooves, the collective gasp of the crowd as tons of horseflesh accelerated from stillness to full gallop in seconds. The horses bunched together initially, jockeys jostling for position, and in the confusion, it was difficult to distinguish individuals. But as they rounded the first turn, Silver Blaze began to separate from the pack. Not dramatically, he wasn't pulling away with arrogant dominance, but steadily, purposefully, his stride smooth and economical while others around him laboured. Watson found himself leaning forward unconsciously, caught up in the ancient human excitement of watching animals race, of seeing speed and grace and competitive will made manifest. "Come on," Ross whispered, his knuckles white on the rail. "Come on, boy." The race was 1.25 miles, and by the halfway point, Silver Blaze had established a clear lead of perhaps 3 lengths. Desborough was in second, running well but unable to close the gap. The rest of the field had fallen behind, their chances effectively ended. Now it was a 2-horse race, exactly as everyone had predicted before the scandal. Silver Blaze versus Desborough, champion against challenger. Down the back stretch they came, and Watson could see Desborough's jockey using his whip, asking his horse for more speed, more effort, trying desperately to make up ground. Desborough responded gamely, his stride lengthening, and the gap began to close. 3 lengths became 2.5, then 2. But Silver Blaze seemed to sense the challenge. Without visible urging from his jockey, the great bay horse accelerated, his stride becoming something almost supernatural in its power and fluidity. It was as if he'd been conserving energy for precisely this moment, waiting for a real challenge before revealing his full capacity. The crowd roared as they entered the final turn, the sound washing over the track like a physical force. 2 lengths became 3 again, then 4. Silver Blaze was pulling away with what racing aficionados call another gear, that reserve of speed that separates good horses from great ones, that indefinable quality of heart that can't be measured or bred but only recognised when witnessed. They thundered down the home stretch, Silver Blaze now 5 lengths ahead, and Watson realised he was on his feet, shouting along with everyone else, caught up in the moment's pure drama. Beside him, Colonel Ross had tears streaming down his weathered face. Whether from joy or relief or the simple release of tension, Watson couldn't say. Silver Blaze crossed the finish line 6 lengths ahead of Desborough, his stride still strong, still fluid, as if he could have run another mile without difficulty. The crowd's roar peaked and then dissolved into cheering, applause, the happy chaos of celebration and settling bets. Holmes remained seated, but he was smiling, genuinely smiling, that rare expression of uncomplicated pleasure. "Magnificently done," he said quietly. "He raced with joy, Watson. Did you see it? Not just determination or competitive spirit, but actual joy in the running. That's what makes a true champion. Not speed or strength, but the love of the thing itself. Colonel Ross had turned away, composing himself, and when he turned back, his face showed something beyond happiness. Gratitude, perhaps, or peace. "Thank you," he said to Holmes, his voice rough with emotion, "for finding the truth, for clearing his name, for giving him this moment. Whatever comes next, he's proven himself today, proven he's exactly what everyone always believed him to be." "He proved it to himself," Holmes corrected gently, "which is the only proof that matters." They remained for the presentation ceremony, watching as Silver Blaze was draped with flowers, and Colonel Ross accepted the ornate silver cup that would give the race its name for another year. The horse stood calmly through the festivities, occasionally nuzzling his groom's shoulder, seemingly unbothered by the crowd's attention. He'd done his job, run his race, and now was ready for whatever came next. Whether more racing or retirement he would accept with equine equanimity. As the crowd began to disperse, Holmes and Watson made their way back toward Colonel Ross's box to collect their things and make their farewells. They found Ross in conversation with Lord Fairfax from the Jockey Club, both men looking serious despite the day's triumph. "Ah, Mr. Holmes," Fairfax said as they approached, "I was just telling the Colonel the Jockey Club has completed its review of the entire Silver Blaze affair. We're implementing new authentication protocols, more rigorous veterinary examinations, and photographic documentation requirements. We're determined that such fraud will be much more difficult to perpetrate in future." "Commendable," Holmes said, "though I suspect determined fraudsters will adapt to whatever new systems you implement. The eternal arms race between security and deception. Perhaps, but we must try." Fairfax paused, looking uncomfortable. "There's been some discussion about Silver Blaze's winnings from races where the twin may have substituted. Technically, those victories would be invalid, and prize money might need to be returned." Ross's face fell. "I understood that possibility. I'm prepared to make whatever restitution." "Actually," Fairfax interrupted, "the club has decided to let those results stand. We can't prove definitively which horse raced in which event, and the scandal of retroactively invalidating major races would damage the sport's reputation more than the original fraud. Officially, we're treating the entire 5 years as Silver Blaze's career, with the understanding that some ambiguity exists. It's not perfect justice, but it's practical." "The art of the possible," Holmes murmured. "Sometimes pragmatism serves society better than absolute principle." They spoke a while longer about procedural matters and future safeguards, but Watson's attention drifted. He found himself watching the now quiet racetrack, where groundskeepers were already clearing debris and preparing for tomorrow's lesser races. The temporary nature of it all struck him. The excitement that had filled this space just minutes ago had evaporated, leaving only empty stands and trampled grass, as if the whole event had been a collective dream. "Melancholy, Watson," Holmes said, appearing beside him. "Just reflective. One moment there's this tremendous drama, this intensity of experience, and the next it's over, fading into memory." "Everything fades into memory eventually. That's what makes the present moment precious. Its impermanence. Silver Blaze will retire now, spend his remaining years peacefully, and in time, this race, this scandal, the whole complicated story will be forgotten by all but a few specialists in racing history. The more will continue, the seasons will turn, and new dramas will replace old ones. You're being philosophical again. Dartmoor encourages it, as I said." Holmes turned to face Watson fully, his expression serious but warm. "Thank you, old friend." "For what?" "For being here. For your steady presence throughout this investigation. For understanding when to speak and when to remain silent. For sharing the journey." Holmes smiled slightly. "I solve cases, Watson, but you make the solving meaningful. Without witness, without companionship, it's merely intellectual exercise. With you, it becomes a human experience worth preserving." Watson felt an unexpected emotion tighten his throat. "I wouldn't miss it, Holmes. Not for anything." They stood together in companionable silence, watching the autumn sun begin its descent toward the western hills. Soon they would board the train to London, return to Baker Street, resume their ordinary lives of consultations and investigations, and the comfortable rhythms of friendship. But for this moment, they existed in the liminal space between adventure and home, still carrying the case's emotional weight but beginning to set it down. Colonel Ross approached with Silverblaze's lead rope in hand. "I'm taking him back to King's Pyland now, gentlemen. Tomorrow he'll begin his journey to the Cotswolds with his brother. I wondered if you'd like to see them off." "We have an evening train to catch," Holmes said, "but we can certainly attend their departure tomorrow morning. It seems fitting to see the story through to its conclusion." The next morning arrived with gentle rain, the sort of soft drizzle that Dartmoor wore like a familiar garment. Holmes and Watson stood in the stable-yard at King's Pyland, watching as grooms prepared both horses for travel. A large horse-box had been brought, luxurious by equine transport standards, with padded walls and good ventilation, and both bays would travel together to their new home. Silverblaze and Silver Shadow stood side by side, and Watson was struck again by their similarity. Only the small tattoo inside Shadow's ear marked them as individuals, otherwise they might have been mirror images. They nuzzled each other occasionally, communicating in that mysterious way horses have, seemingly content with the arrangement. "Do you think they remember being apart?" Watson wondered aloud. "Who can say what horses remember?" Holmes replied. "But they seem comfortable together now, and that's what matters. The past can't be changed, only the future shaped by choices made today." Colonel Ross oversaw the loading personally, ensuring both animals were comfortable and secure. When everything was ready, he turned to Holmes and Watson, with an expression of deep satisfaction mixed with melancholy. "This is goodbye, then, to the horses, to this chapter of my life. I'm retiring from racing after this, you know, taking up farming instead, something honest and uncomplicated. I've had enough of gambling and competition, and the corrupting influence of too much money chasing too few victories." "A wise decision," Holmes said, shaking the Colonel's hand, "and a happy ending, as much as reality permits such things. Thanks to you, if you're ever in the Cotswolds, you're welcome to visit. See how the brothers are faring in their retirement." "We may take you up on that," Watson said warmly. The horse-box departed slowly, careful over the rough moorland roads, and they watched until it disappeared into the drizzle. Then Holmes and Watson collected their bags from Ross's residence and began their own journey to the station, retracing the path they'd walked that first fog-shrouded evening that now felt like weeks ago rather than mere days. The moor stretched around them, ancient and enduring, its heather-covered slopes disappearing into grey mist. Somewhere out there, Straker had died trying to make amends. Somewhere out there, the twin had been hidden, waiting. But those dramas had passed, absorbed into the landscape's long memory, and the moor continued as it always had, indifferent, patient, eternal. "Holmes," Watson said as they walked, "do you believe in redemption? True redemption, I mean, not just the resolution of legal consequences?" Holmes considered the question seriously. "I believe people can change, if that's what you're asking. Whether that change constitutes redemption in some cosmic sense, I can't say. I'm a detective, not a theologian." But Straker tried to do better, at great cost to himself. Mrs. Straker will carry that knowledge forward, and perhaps it will ease her grief. That seems redemptive enough. And the horses? The horses were innocent throughout, victims of human schemes they couldn't understand or consent to. Their redemption lies in being allowed to simply be horses, to graze and run and exist without the burden of human values and judgments. It's the kind of redemption we should all hope for, to be seen for what we actually are rather than what others project onto us. They reached the station as their train was arriving, steam billowing white against the grey sky. As they settled into their compartment for the journey back to London, Watson pulled out his notebook. He'd been keeping notes throughout the case, as was his habit, thinking it might make a good story for the Strand if Holmes approved. "What will you call it?" Holmes asked, noticing the notebook. "When you write it up for publication, I mean." "I thought perhaps The Adventure of Silverblaze. Simple, direct, focuses on the horse rather than the scandal." "Perfect. Though do me a favour, Watson. When you write about the dog that didn't bark, that detail about the stable dogs remaining silent, emphasise it. That was the clue that started everything. The observation that made me suspect an insider's involvement. It's a good lesson for aspiring detectives. Sometimes what doesn't happen is more significant than what does." "The dog that didn't bark," Watson murmured, writing it down. "Yes, that's good. That's memorable." The train carried them away from Dartmoor, through countryside that gradually transformed from wild moorland to tamed farmland to the beginnings of London's urban sprawl. Holmes read his newspaper, Watson worked on his notes, and the rhythmic clacking of wheels on rails provided a soothing soundtrack to their return to civilization. As they approached Paddington Station, Holmes set aside his paper and looked at Watson with that slight smile that indicated he was about to say something simultaneously profound and slightly mocking. "You know what I'll remember most about this case, Watson? Not the clever deduction or the dramatic revelation or even Silver Blaze's triumphant race. I'll remember Mrs. Straker's dignity, and Colonel Ross's decision to retire both horses with honour, and the way those twin brothers stood together in the stable yard, finally allowed to be siblings rather than instruments of fraud. The human moments, Watson, always the human moments, even in cases ostensibly about horses. You're becoming sentimental in your old age, Holmes. Perhaps. Or perhaps I'm simply learning what you've always known, that facts without feeling are merely data, while facts filtered through human emotion become stories worth telling." Holmes stood as the train pulled into the station, gathering his things. "Come along. Mrs. Hudson will have dinner ready, and I'm eager to sleep in my own bed after days of Dartmoor hospitality, however generous." They emerged into London's evening bustle, the noise and smoke and endless human energy of the great city, so different from the quiet moors they'd left behind. Baker Street beckoned, and home, and the comfortable resumption of their regular lives. But Watson knew he would carry Dartmoor with him for a long time, its fog and heather, its ancient stones and patient endurance, and the story of two horses who'd been separated by human greed and reunited by human conscience. It was, he thought as they hailed a cab, the kind of story that deserved to be told, not just as a detective puzzle, but as a reminder that truth, however long delayed, eventually finds its way to light, and that redemption, while never simple, is sometimes possible for those brave enough to seek it. The cab carried them home through London's glittering streets, and behind them, Dartmoor remembered what had passed, adding another tale to the thousands it kept in its ancient heart. The moor would be there tomorrow and the next day, and long after everyone involved in this small drama had returned to dust. It would remember the fog and the horses and the complicated human hearts that had briefly troubled its peace. And in that remembering, in that patient witnessing, there was a kind of immortality, not for individuals, but for the eternal pattern of human failing and striving, an occasional grace. The story was over. The story would endure. And somewhere in the Cotswolds, two brothers graze side by side in the autumn twilight, finally free. That's our story tonight. Maybe you're settling into the quiet night of Osaka, the warm seaside breeze of Lagos, the gentle twilight of Budapest, or the peaceful glow of Vancouver. If this moment brought you peace, like the episode, and subscribe for more nights wrapped in calm and comfort. Let the night settle around you like a soft blanket. Let your thoughts drift slowly. Let your dreams rise with quiet grace. Sleep gently now, wherever you are in this vast and wondrous world.